So I can see there are quite a number of the participants online. Not so sure if we should still wait, or Drag, you want to kick it off?
Yes. Yes. We are set up thing for the sound first. Sorry.
Okay. So I saw the recording start. So probably just let's start the session. So I hope everyone can see my slide on the Singularity platform. Is that okay? All good?
Yeah, we can see a slide.
Okay, great. Okay.
So today in our office, I have 4 people in offline in Hanoi. In Ho Chi Minh City, have 5 and around 20 join through the online. At the first, we agreed to thank to our team and our partner, look like APT, Infonet, another partner join the meeting right now. So thank to Coco to join. So we introduce that Coco is representative for today, who is director for the SentinelOne. So we could start right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Thank you for everyone taking your time today to participate in the session. I believe probably most of you partner, distributor, Netpoleon, thank you for organizing. We have meet in person in quite a while, I believe. But it's really been a couple of quarters that I did not visit Vietnam. So my colleague was there. I'm not so sure. So if such session has been done, or some similarity of the material you have seen. So however, throughout these few months, SentinelOne has a lot of new announcement, and as well as in terms of product, in terms of the recognition in the market. So we have a lot of new stuff. So we want to take the opportunity here just to share the latest with the audience here. So it's a 2-hour session and it's a long, a lot of information. So since we all know each other, if you have any question, just share your question in the chat, and we try to keep some interactive time towards end of the session. Okay, and the slides will be shared with you. So I think there's some contents I will not share that much, but it's about the concept behind. So as you can see, it's very interesting that when I shared these slides with other region or country partners, and they're asking me, say, why shouldn't be SentinelOne the primary goal is to solve the endpoint security issue. But as you can see, today, the customer facing has a lot of challenges in terms of security space. That is more than the point of the protect, either be firewall, either be endpoint. So generally, almost every customer, every company facing the same issue is too many siloed tools. The customer just keep buying the products, but they are just working stand alone. And the shortage of the extreme skill shortage, it couldn't have 10 people always and knowing all kind of the solutions they have purchased at the expert level. And the digital transformation is continuously evolving. It's very common that I see today a lot of customers, they're moving to cloud, they move to cloud, or they're in a hybrid move with the cloud, or they are private cloud. It's very common. So all these changes that also brings security risks. So these are the general challenges all the company has been facing. So a little bit about SentinelOne. So what SentinelOne has been a security player in the market, and what's our focus? So SentinelOne as a company, we started our company 2013. So we founded the company in Mountain View, San Francisco. So the company actually listed in almost 3 years ago. So in terms of company, we have been in the market a decade, 10, 11 years. But when we start our company, so yes, our first solution is tend to disrupt the traditional AV market and being a pioneer in the EDR. So I just want to summarize why SentinelOne stand out. Because to be honest, I think in most of the ASEAN countries today, I see the customers, they are still, as they're looking for a better solution to replace their traditional incumbent solution, but they are still heavily leveraged on the traditional antivirus solution. Although they are RFP, you can see they're looking for the more advanced solution, but for various reasons, they are for very long, they are still have a lot of traditional antivirus solutions. So as we should, if we look at this, the timeline since 2013, actually in the market itself, the customer already know. The customer already know that the traditional AV no longer reliable. So you'll hear a lot of ransomware attack, unknown malware, zero-day attack. So all these terms actually came up is about that during that time. So why it became so popular at the time? Because all these kind of attack malware or techniques has been affecting the organization, where the traditional antivirus and no longer has any effectiveness to prevent or stop this kind of attack. So NGAV is the next step that everyone looking at. NGAV is different from traditional AV. It has a machine learning. So you understand the behavior, you analyze the behavior rather than hash value or signature alone. So it shows more effectiveness. So around like the first 5 years, 2013 start. So a lot of customer moving into the NGAV. But as soon as they deploy the NGAV, they have another issue. So I have been handling the endpoint security more than a decade. So as a customer came to me, share with me, say, NGAV is good because I see NGAV give me more alerts, they can catch more incidents. But the problem is I do not understand the particular alerts or incidents is a false positive or false negative. As in, is this a true attack? Is this really a malware? And that is when a lot of in the market, there's a demand for the EDR component. What does EDR helps is the EDR will help to understand the attack in a better way, to explain, to help the customer to identify if this is something false positive or false negative, and what kind of action they need to take. So at that time, a lot of AV players, I would say security vendor, they only start to develop their EDR module. So that including Checkpoint, including Palo, including Trend Macro, McAfee, Symantec, they don't have EDR. And they only start to develop the EDR module from that time onwards. Where the differentiator here is SentinelOne probably is the only vendor at the time. We came into the market and we're the only one provide the single agent, both with the capability for protection, NGAV equivalent, control, and EDR. So the whole components from the protection capability to EDR capability is resized on the single agent. So it does not matter where the customer when they need to deploy this agent. So it's very lightweight because we are not our approach is not modular approach. As now you need this module, I develop this module, I just add on the base agent, so make the agent very heavy. So that is a key differentiator with SentinelOne, single agent with both capabilities. And another breaking point at the time as a security vendor is that we heavily leverage on AI technology. So now everyone talking about AI, leveraging AI. But I can tell you, SentinelOne was one of the first few adopters in the market security market heavily leveraging AI to produce the product, especially in the generative AI space. And because of that, we use leveraging our AI engine on our endpoint. So we do not need to rely on the traditional way to go to the cloud or sandboxing to get to know what is the malware nature or get to know the signature. We do not need that. And because of that, we're probably the only vendor can show on-par detection results, regardless the computer is connecting to the internet or connecting to the management, or the computer is in the total offline status. So that gives us a lot of advantage, like the company facing the traditional constraints such as shipping, such as offshore. So this kind of company, they need a protection, but they do not have, they have very, very limited bandwidth. They cannot invest more on the bandwidth. So they cannot use a traditional AV, and all the traditional AV can't do anything for them. So in that case, they adopt our solution because we using AI, everything run on the engine itself and capture the malwares on the computer regardless. So they give us a really a pioneer position, and I think that also could be the reason we evolve in the Vietnam market very rapidly. I see you have witnessed this couple of years, and we're still growing. So present at the moment. So I hope everyone already get a concept about the XDR. So the XDR is, I would say, is a must. It's no longer just a need and option, as I have witnessed this with many customers, because as I mentioned, EDR is about endpoint detection and response. But endpoint always the last layer of the protection in your organization. So in that way is whichever kind of attack they come in from the outside to the internal network, what they are targeting. They're targeting about your network assets. And the endpoint or servers is a key network assets. So these are the main targets. That means if whatever security solution you have in place, they failed to detect or block such exploitation or attack, so it will see all the behaviors or executions on the endpoint or server. So today, from the investigation, from the understanding of the attack point of view. So yeah, so please, thank you. Please put yourself on mute. So the customer need to have a more comprehensive understanding of the tools they have purchased in place that have been functioning and have been involved in protecting or detecting the attacks that related to the same incident. So and also SentinelOne as a player that we are a company born in the cloud. So we are born in the cloud company. So we are very different from the traditional cybersecurity company. For example, you sell firewall, you sell the appliances. So you're likely a kind of a network security company. You're very infrastructure driven. You're very on-prem driven. But SentinelOne, even back then, 2013, we already a company, a whole platform and technology are built in the cloud environment. So that give us the expertise in understand the cloud very, very well, all the cloud platform and cloud issues very well, because we leveraging cloud to develop our own solution. So when it comes to protection today, so I mean, if you're looking for the cloud protection specifically, you likely go to the company that born in the cloud, because they really know cloud well, and they are the first adopter of using cloud rather than the company that come from on-prem era. So in the future, we continue innovating our solution that what we want to, the key value we want to bring to each of our product features is that we want to provide more analytics results and leveraging AI to give you more automation that helps to facilitate your SOC operations. So I think I recommend everyone follow SentinelOne on LinkedIn So as you can see, even just this month, I think myself, in my impression, we have about 3 very large MSSP partner, the worldwide. They actually has announced participating the SentinelOne MSSP program. So become our MSSP partner. The main reason is because they are running the SOC, they are running the MDR services that to their customers, and they want to use our platform. And the automation is a key thing, actually helps them to provide a better SOC services. So platform is very important. So here, and now every day, everyone talking about the platform. So and what is this platform about? So I think here has a summarization about our differentiators. But to me, the key differentiator, the value here for myself, I would say, is the unified data lake. So everyone who have a data lake, but the unified data lake is really make our solution, make our platform is way better. Why? Take a look at this. So today, this is a SentinelOne's solution blueprints. So everything under native data that coming from SentinelOne solutions or features. So as you can see, Singularity platform, so is our main product. So all our solutions, features, services, deployments, monitoring, threat hunting, IR, all these are leveraging or running on the Singularity platform. And as you can see, all these solution and features, they will generate, as the customer using them, you will generate the telemetry, you will generate the information, the logs, the data. So all this information, it will be considered native data. So all this information will go to our data lake and go to our platform. So the data lake layer is integrated with our platform or is a part of our platform. So as you can see, so this data lake is not only collect the information that from our native solutions, that also taking the information from various ingestion sources. That could be the email security, CASB security, web solution, firewall from the third party. So our ingestion is pretty straightforward with most of the well-known products. We can talk about it later. But importantly, the data lake collects all the information, the threat intelligence, as well as telemetry, the detection and response informations that have been processed and analyzed in the data lake. So now the essential is here. If I'm someone sitting at a service providing customer service, for example, MDR service, and customer see there's such incidents happening in the organization, and customers say, hey, you know, I would like to do a quick threat hunting to get my team to do a quick threat hunting against this incident, just to understand in my install base how many other endpoints or is there such similar incidents happening with other endpoints that managed remotely. So you can imagine when such behavior happens, the threat hunting team will go to the Singularity platform and go to the threat hunting portal and start to threat hunt. And when they start keying the query information, the query will directly query the data lake to pull out all the relevant information. So the customer will expect the instant the instant threat hunting availability with all this information. So you can imagine, so if your data lake is not part of your main platform, is not integrated, so your data lake, after process information, it has to send to the platform. You cause significantly delay. So there's a on the spot threat hunting almost impossible. So, but with our platform, we have unified data lake, which is really differentiate us from the other competitors, is that so we can provide the instant threat hunting when the incident happened. So that is a key differentiator, and that is a key advantage why you start to see a lot of large MSSP partners that are moving to our solution. because they want to leverage our platform also as a user and provide the quality SOC services to their customer. So this is a key differentiator. So, well, when it comes to the product portfolio, yes, Endpoint still our key products and it is still very well addressed in the market. But if you want to ask me, what is the key? If you only have a few minutes, 5-10 minutes with your customer, the customer will say, you know, endpoint security, yes, it provides the security protections. I understand. But can you give me something like the differentiators? Don't tell me you can catch better. You do better than others. But putting in the context, what you think SentinelOne is better than anyone else. So in this case, I would say streamlined security is essential or is the essence of our endpoint security value. Why? So I have spoke to many customers, and I always ask them a question. I say, I understand you're looking for endpoint security solution. What is your expectation about your endpoint security solution? What does the endpoint security solution do for you? The customer most of the time will tell me, say, now I have the endpoint security, so whenever happen on the computer, it will give me, it will catch, protect or detect, and then you show me the alert. And if there's a ransomware, I hope the endpoint security can stop. Or if I got the ransomware breach, I hope the endpoint security can help me, recover the files at least. So then I asked the customer, I say, so what happened when the incident happened? So after that, in terms of the mitigation and also in terms of the automation, automatically mitigate, and also containment. Containment as you have a ransomware affected one of your machine. So what is in your mind right after that is you have to isolate this machine from others, right? From your core network. And what about after that? You have to do investigation and you have to restore to the production. And probably you need to do some IR analysis to see why the incident happened. So on all these subsequent steps, after your endpoint detect or protect a particular attack, so how are you going to achieve? So the customer say, yeah, so we make the isolation, maybe we'll need to disconnect, go to the computer or server, disconnect from the network, and then we have to rebuild the image, and we have to also engage the IR experts to look into the incident and just third-party tools. So to me, in that case, it's not streamlined security. The streamlined security for SentinelOne, meaning we are not only giving the customer the kind of capability to do EPP protection, EDR detection response, we also give the customer ability to manage this endpoint remotely, that including automatically mitigate, remotely isolate the infected machines from other network without attend to the machine, without taking the machine, to the office. And also we provide everything on the platform that customer can do the instant threat hunting when the incident happened. The SOC team, the IR team need to do the in-depth analysis and of course collect all the information, artifacts and analysis and produce the report from our platform. So to me, this end from the pre-incident stage to the incident happening to the post-incident stage to the IR stage is all happened in a streamlined manner when the incident triggered and on the single platform. And importantly, the team can do this all remotely. So without interfere with the production, with the user, so without worrying about the time delayed as you have to resort to the third party to solve the problem. So that is a key value that SentinelOne different from others. So we provide a streamlined security that take away all the challenges that not only from the protection perspective, but also from the managing the incident perspective. So besides, we also has a functionality as a part of our agent. So as we all know, it's very common when we talk to the customer say, I need 5,000 endpoint, I need 6,000 endpoint. But when I ask them, say, you only have 6,000 machines and server, or you have more? The customer say, I have an asset inventory system, and I think, yeah, that's all I have. So this is another potential risk, as most of the organization today that I can see, they heavily leverage on the virtual instance. And regardless is the IT team or application team or even the operations team, they need some virtual machine to do testing, to run some backup, or to do some simulation or even training. So they heavily leverage on these virtual instance to conduct online training, especially last few years. So the problem is, when we use this virtual machine, after that, no one will shut down them and no one will manage them. So as you can see, these are the hidden assets. I just give one example. These are the hidden assets of this virtual instance that have been mismanaged in customer environment. So the IT operation team never have the knowledge that such virtual instance running in their environment with zero protection and the IP address available, and that they can reach out to internet. So and a lot of the time in past, when customer discover the attack, when they walk through and they is not surprised, they discover this IP address is suspicious. I never seen that. Why is in my IP range? Why there's this machine? And where is this machine? So they only get IP, they don't even know if this is a machine. So that give IoT devices resize in the organization, give a lot of challenges to the customer. But today, I see there's many IoT devices. The traditional way of approach of discovering IoT devices or managing IoT devices is that you need to have is from the network level, is from the network protocol or traffic inspection. So, but the challenge is, besides the cost of deploying that kind of IoT solution, is that you need to place a discovery machine. Means the machine, the box or the firewall that can discover the IoT devices based on its protocol, based on its communication traffic type. And you also need to have another mini firewall to be in place together in the IoT discovery range to address the protection. So usually I see in myself experience, I see the customer for relatively small deployment of the IoT solution in their organization. It's about 6 months, and easily cost them 6 digits of the costs. So as we can see, the IoT is essential, but it's not, the adoption over the years is not as aggressive as or commodity as endpoint security, firewall security. So that is a key challenge. But how SentinelOne can help in this situation? So as a part of our features or solutions we're providing, we have this module called Network Discovery. So in past, we call it Ranger. So maybe some of you already know it's called Ranger in past. We have rebranded called Network Discovery. So usually when customer purchase our endpoint solution, they have a control or complete license. It already has a module called ROC Device Discovery. So the customer actually can see a lot of unknown devices after they deploy all the endpoints and reside in their network. The customer concern is, I do not know where are these devices and what I can do to manage these devices or control these devices remotely. So in that situation, we'll recommend the customer to upgrade to Network Discovery. The network discovery will give the customer ability to have the full visibility into their IoT environment. And also they can take the actions such as deploy endpoint security on the particular machine or devices, or they can do the fingerprints of the devices, or they even can isolate some suspicious devices or instance, all managed on the management console. And then importantly, this is just a feature. There's no deployment, redeployment of any other additional component needed. So all we rely on is the endpoint itself has the agent and signal that will share with each other and to discover the IoT devices within the range. So this will take away a lot of pain point to some corporate customers. They just want to simply know in their corporate environment what are the IoT devices, but they do not have the budget for the IoT. So the Ranger or X Ranger or now network discovery is a better option or better solution for them to consider. So XDR, I would say is not another product. Okay, so some customer came to me say, it's very interesting. I meet this customer in Hong Kong. They're in the banking environment. So we have a lot of banking customers similar to Vietnam market in Hong Kong as well. So this customer talked to me, say they have been searching for XDR solution, and they actually talk to TRINH, and then they also have the endpoint vendor identified. However, their management give them a task. First, the management cut their budget. The management say, okay, so I have to reduce your budget by 30%, and you have to find a solution that comes with the both endpoint protection, EDR, and XDR capabilities. I do not know how you make it happen, but this is a requirement, and this is the available budget. So they have been doing the testing. They have been doing the POV with TRINH. But the customer came back to me, say, with the current direction of the management, the pain point is TRINH doesn't do protection. And with that, and TRINH position, actually, they position FireEye, as part of their package to address the endpoint protection. But the result, we all know what does a FireEye do. So it's not just endpoint security. So they can't do any protection. And needless to say about the ransomware attacks. So, and they always a delay. So the result is not so ideal. So I say, when customer looking at our solution, actually they identify as one of the endpoint security vendor they want to work with. So when I have the chance to speak to the customer, I say, dear customer, do you know that you do not need, if you purchase our EDR solution as you purchase our complete license, you do not need any XDR and then another XDR solution, because all our complete license already consists of all the XDR features that you can use. So you do not need to resort to the third-party XDR platform to integrate with us, because we already give you the functionality, the capability, and including the ingestion. Every day you can ingest 10 GB third-party solutions, and this is not raw log. These are all the logs that counted as you can see, you can query, you can analyze. So this is already been given as part of the complete license. Why you want to invest in another third-party XDR tools and to have to figure out how to integrate? So the customer actually very excited. So after that, when we go to our POC, and we basically we do not need, we just give a single license, complete license. The customer has completed the test cases on the protection capability, EDR capability, as well as XDR, because internally they use Extra Hope, and they use Okta, they use Zscaler, they use MyCast. MyCast in Hong Kong also quite popular. So all these solutions, we already have the out-of-box integration from our marketplace. And importantly, if you look at how our XDR function is such way, is that we have the open ingestion and it is bi-directional. So in that sense is that any SentinelOne solution or feature customer purchased, as we turn on this feature, we give the license. In terms of the XDR integration, there's customer is transparent to the customer. Customer do not need to do anything. But if I give the example, the TRINH or FireEye situation, they still have to integrate, with the FireEye. But to us, is transparent. There's a zero effort. The customer need to care about the native solution from SentinelOne and our XDR platform is already integrated. And also we have various ways for ingestion. So the most popular one, we support like marketplace integration. That means we already take away the testing, the integration, the maintenance of the integration with almost 200 applications by today. So besides, if those applications not available on the marketplace, we also can integrate via API, syslog, Amazon S3, or native injection. So this is a native injection from SentinelOne. So this is a lot of options that how customer can ingest automatically. So to give us a sense of this, what kind of solution we can ingest from the marketplace. So all of you, I believe you already have the hands-on experience with SentinelOne. So I suggest you go to our platform and take a look at the marketplace now. The marketplace 2.0 has launched in the beginning of the year. So in the 1.0 version, we probably only support up to 70 applications. But in the 2.0 version, we support almost 200 applications. That means it's out-of-box integration. So if you want to do the integration, you can just go into the marketplace and based on the instruction and click from the UI to complete the integration. And what is the key advantage of our XDR? Of course, easy to maintain, easy to integrate. And also, we do not charge if the customer only ingests less than 10 GB per day, we do not charge any additional costs. So, and we also have another key advantage is that we can, using our XDR, we can achieve autonomous policy control. So, for example, if we integrate with Okta, so other than the log collaboration, threat intelligence sharing, we also can configure the response, the policy enforcement. For example, I would like to configure in such a way the Okta will respond when there's a SentinelOne endpoint triggered incident happen. The Okta will automatically probably force a 2FA or the Okta will send some alerts to this user. So all this can be done through the integration. So it's not just a log collaboration. When it comes to the policy enforcement, you have to still go to the Okta console and go in and do some manual work. So all this already been built to do it and in the workflow and automatically. So today, I hope everyone has this very clear image that the customer need XDR from SentinelOne, which is already given with the complete license. So with that, data lake, I would say is the extension of the XDR. Everything comes from same platform, okay? But why data lake? So we have to understand, actually, to be honest, we have been given, our complete license comes with XDR capability. We have rolled out to the market for 2 years plus already. So it's only recently our competitor tried to do the same thing. But I can see from this year onwards, I have some customers almost every quarter come to me and ask, say, hey, Coco, can you ask yourselves, give me a quotation for the additional ingestion? I need another 10 GB, I need another 20 GB, and I need to retain the data. Instead of 14 days, I need to retain to 90 days, I need to retain to 1 year. So in that case, what we need to do is we need to look into the data lake skills. So the data lake is definitely allow or enable the customer to ingest more information and retain this information for a longer period of time, and yet to stay available for customer threat hunting or for customer reference. So, and I would say the data lake is to help the customer to solve the data problem. The interesting fact is, regardless how big or how small the customer it is, they all have the data issue. The data issue that consists with even they're using Splunk, they're using Curita, they're using some SIEM solution. They have the scalability issues, they have the cost concerns, and they have the challenge with flexibility, how to integrate. And also after the integration, those data doesn't make a collaboration, like a very basic SIEM capability. Okay, so this information, the platform just help you to store, but it does not doing any collaboration on analytics for you. So these are the key challenges with the traditional data approach. And why SentinelOne data lake is so different. So yes, some background here is that, so you know SentinelOne in the past or right now, but few years ago, we acquired a company called Scalar. Why? So at SentinelOne, we have our own data lake all this while, and we want to evolve from that. Our data lake in the AWS, and now we work with Google Cloud as well. So, but the data lake is not only about the storage, it's not only about the computing power, it's also in order to make this data valuable, readable, or effectively work for the customer, you need to have a data engineering. You need to precisely is data processing platform. So with that, we acquired this company called Scalar. You can Google this company. So this company has only one product at the time. It's called Dataset. They're not cybersecurity, but what their strength is data processing platform. And their data processing, they provide their solution. They're very popular in Europe because Europe has a big financial, dominance in the worldwide. We know where the World Bank resides. We know the largest, the insurance association resides is coming from Europe. And these are their customer profiles. They are customer and hungry for data, and they have a tremendous data. They use Scalar as their data processing platform. So after we acquired Scalar, we took about a year. We integrate the Scalar data processing platform to our own data lake. And right after the integration, I see this almost 2 years, last year alone, we launched our very first XDR called Skyline, if some of you still remember. So what does it give to us? So with integration with a more robust data processing platform. So when everyone's still talking about the ingestion terabytes per day, we already can ingest 7 terabytes per day for the customer. And there's improved performance and the effortless reliability and the dynamic auto scaling. What does it mean, dynamic auto scaling? We all know when the large part of data, they go to the platform. They are raw data. Raw data means you cannot search them, you cannot read them. The system need to understand this data first. So, but after the system understand the data, they go through the processing, indexing that takes time. But maybe when you only have 1 GB data going to your platform, they can do the processing very fast. But what if suddenly they have 10 terabytes data come in and due to certain incident being triggered? So it will challenge your dynamic auto scaling engine in your platform. If you do not have a robust engine, what the SOC team will face when they try to do try hunting? Timeout is very common. So when they look at timeout, they know the data is still being processed and is not ready. The challenge is how long does this data can be processed. So as a lot of almost all the current platform players, they have the same issue, where for us with a Scalar platform, we can do the dynamic auto scaling at the best efficiency. Later, we have some comparison data to share with you. So in terms of architecture, so this is how the SentinelOne data lake works. The ingestion works. So as you can see, we can ingest from various sources that will integrate, ingest directly to our data lake. And the user can use our threat hunting platform on our Singularity platform to do search, monitor, alert, and integrate. And here we have a use case with cost Splunk augmentation. So what does this mean? So today, I would say based on our Splunk expensive, but even for ASEAN countries, we do a survey, ASEAN countries and North Asia countries, Splunk still the #1, as in our customer, our partner selling, our customer using at different scale. But when I talk to this partner and these customers, they all are unhappy about somehow for some reason. So I give you case that actually we work with one of my partner. They are the large FSI managed service partner. they provide the MDR services, SOC services for 5 major financial institutes in Malaysia. So when we launch our data lake and we have a Splunk augmentation option, so this partner actually came to me first. The customer say, Coco, can I try this? So I asked him, what is his use case? So he shared with me is that his team has been using Splunk for 7 years, and all his SOC functionality capability built on Splunk. But as he charging the customer by per protected machine, so he has to factor in all the costs in the individual license, including the Splunk costs. But he has a challenge with this. First, when he has 5 customers, so whenever there's a customer, they roll out applications internally, or they update their endpoint security or changing the endpoint security vendor, which is not so good in terms of the exclusion, or they have some false positive issue. So when all this happens, so sometimes all this will trigger an alert on their endpoint security. And all this alert will accumulate, become a huge size of the information and goes into his Splunk. So he cannot, as you can see, you cannot stop this information coming in, regardless is 1 GB or is 30 terabytes. And you cannot control what time, when this information will come in and due to what reason. So his challenge is when this data, he jack up his Splunk storage. And in terms of Splunk license, they give them only 5% threshold. So if they burst the 5% threshold and they are given 30 days to pay to top up the additional. Even this is, they don't care, this is due to the tech refresh or this is due to the false positive. Where for my partner, he's unhappy about that is because when there's a more loss come in, his team have worked harder to fix the issues, and yet his profit going lower. Why? Because all this additional log take up his space and he has to pay to Splunk. So in that case is that as he's busier, but his revenue go down. So he has been looking for a solution that will help him to balance the cost and bring down the consumption. So in that case, when we launch Splunk augmentation, is something that I do for him. So what we can do is we'll keep the Splunk experience. That means customers still can use the Splunk as the workflow, the front end. Well, all the data will go to SentinelOne storage to reduce the cost. So in terms of architecture, we so as you can see, the customer will still using their dashboard and on Splunk and the workflow. So they are still receiving the alerts that coming from the various source data source. They will still receive the low volume, the high value alerts that goes to Splunk. And but those heavy volume data will go to the data lake, Singularity data lake directly. We have a plugin tool that can be installed on Splunk. So when the SOC team need to use Splunk dashboard to query this information, they can query directly from our data lake. Then what is the advantage? As you can see, so here are some comparisons. If you're looking at the cost-wise TCO comparison, so we took this data from our worldwide customers. So we have a collection of the customers, and we look into their Splunk investment. So there are a lot of large companies involved, not surprised. So as you can see, they have in average, for including the Splunk license services, the average cost is 700,000 to complete the implementation of the Splunk solution. But when this customer opt to integrate with SentinelOne, as in to send the storage data, to the storage to SentinelOne, and while maintaining the Splunk basic license, you can see the instant cost reduction is 46% per year. And importantly, we do not have any PS term. We do not have any PS services. As you know, Splunk has a large professional service team because they make the money from the helping the customer deploy and integration. But our integration is so straightforward that the customer almost can do by themselves, or they can just work with our partners to deploy the integration. SentinelOne has zero cost on doing this integration. We don't sell our PS service and that. There's no compulsory service component other than just support. So this is how much we can help the customer to reduce the cost. And what about the efficiency, the performance comparison? So as you can see, the purple represents SentinelOne, the red color represents Splunk. So when the log at a 0.17 terabyte in the storage, so when the SOC team members try hunt the such information among this 0.17 terabytes information, SentinelOne already 35 times faster than Splunk. But when you're looking at from 1.0 terabyte to 30 terabyte, this is what I mentioned, the dynamic auto scaling challenge. Right? So as you can see, when it's 1 terabyte, SentinelOne using 10 seconds to return a query result, where Splunk have to using 120 seconds to return the result. So SentinelOne already 12 times faster. But when the log suddenly surged to 30 terabyte, and under that situation, if the customer using SentinelOne, they key in the query, so they probably have to wait slightly longer, but after 390 seconds, the customer still get the result from the query. Well, what about Splunk? After customer key in the query and waited for 3,600 seconds, and they get the message timeout. So that means they have to wait or key in the query again and to just wait whenever the information available from the Splunk platform. So some customer actually asking me, say, hey, Coco, is this accurate? Is this just a comparison with Splunk on Prime? Because Splunk also has the cloud version. It shouldn't be the cloud version will perform better. So like I mentioned just now, I explained to everyone, the data processing is not only about the storage and the computing power, memory, RAM, CPU. This is just a hardware. This is just something an environment or condition can provide. But data processing matrix is essential. So how the data being converted and being indexed, filtered, optimized, and made available, it affects this performance comparison. So I say we acquire Scalar, who is a well-known expert in the market, and till today we still have the customer that from the Scalar before they have been acquired, they just renew the service, renew again. So we have their entire data engineering technology sits in our data lake that really give our the power to perform better. Where Splunk, yes, they moved to the cloud, but the beneath data processing engine is still the same. So when they move to the cloud, that means you can ingest more data, probably ingest faster or storage more. But it does not change how the data being translated to the try hunting platform or to their dashboard. So the data processing platform is essential, and that is why SentinelOne becomes so robust, suddenly so robust in this market. So, however, as you know, regardless is XDR or data lake, there's some dependency, as in if the customer want to use our solution for our data lake or XDR, they need to purchase our endpoint security solution. They need to buy our complete license. But you know, we have so many customers, they are come from our endpoint security, like customer, they using XDR, they ingest more, and they say we need a full-fledged SIEM solution. And we do not want to have this dependency. We have the customer actually say, you know, Coco, I just changed my endpoint solution. I tag refresh and then sign a 2 years contract. I cannot change it again, but I really like your platform. your XDR platform, your data lake platform, can do something for me? Can I just buy the platform? I just use the platform as my SIM, but I have to buy the endpoint 2 years later when the renewal come up. So that is not possible in past. But the good news is now we're launching AI SIM. So AI SIM is on the same platform, but the AI SIM, it has a full-fledged capability as comparing to the SIM solutions. That including we have a hyper automation, has all the dashboards and the automation, hyper automation, the workflow built in to this AI SIM. Besides the current capability, and we have the purple AI that built in to facilitate the threat hunting, to support the investigation of the incident. So now we have the AI SIM launching, and we'll have the full-fledged AI SIM with all the automations and the capability ready, I would say by very early, probably around February next year. So if you're interested in this AI SIM, please reach out to Vine or Netpoleon here, and or reach out to me and let me know. I would like to put you on the EA list, that whenever we have the EA version for the customer or for the partner to trial, so you let me know, I will put you in the list. I will give you the trial first. So here are some information. I'll just briefly go through what does the AI SIM will do. Is different from the data lake or XDR. So it comes from the same foundation, but it does not have any dependency as an endpoint license need to be purchased. So customer can just buy AI SIM as a SIM solution for themselves. I give the real-time threat detection because our unified data lake have our powerful data processing platform and the limitless data lake. And we have the purple AI. So purple AI is our automation, a key inventor of our automation to empower the SOC team can manage the SOC more efficiently. And we also, what does if the customer say, I would like to understand what AI SIM can do for me, so I can compare with my current SIM solution and see if the options you give, the functionality that meet my expectation. So this will help the customer by leveraging AI SIM to conduct incident response, automated workflow, AI enhanced alerts, and ingestion dashboard threat intelligence that all available and managed on the AI SIM itself. So there's some use case. Actually, I'm not so sure it was a case in Vietnam market, but I start to see the growing demands, especially in the government and the FSI. They want to bring in the Windows event logs. So the Windows event logs is huge. So we actually, in this particular use case, I've seen some customer actually testing with us has a very good result because we have this Windows event log. We can bring in, ingest very easily, and we also and very easy to deploy and maintain, and easy for the customer. We have a Windows event log dashboards even built for the customer to dive in or to collect information to monitor their Windows. So so why Windows event logs collection is a challenge? Shouldn't be others also doing? Why customer facing a lot of challenge in past? So here are some use case background, right? So how the Windows event log being collected today is very high cost. Not all the customer will go with that because the cost concern, how the SIM players charge them, so they hesitate. And also very complex ingestion process, manual testing, not reliable. And the iterative configuration, because this is something when you gather the data collection, however, as out-of-the-box solution, it may not work in the traditional SIM, because as your Windows upgrade, you know, you have a different version, and this configuration have all over again, lack of automation. So this are the key pain and challenge is not ingested in the legacy SIM. Legacy SIM has a very challenging way to manage the Windows event log. I think for you, all of you here have the SIM, managing SIM, you know what I mean. And also the customer IS ingesting logs in the legacy SIM So it increased the operational costs and lack of the automation correlation. So if the customer have the same solution and they do not want to pay to the SI, they need to get their own team to do it. But this is never easy for anyone doing it. It takes very time consuming and lack of automation. So, but with our AI SIM, we'll take away all these pain points. So as the outcome, if the customer adopt our AI SIM compared to their legacy SIM, will reduce the 50% operational costs on themselves and 90%, 99% reduction in risks, because all this will be handled by our AI engine resizing our SIM, and definitely give you a huge return in terms of a 3-digit 246 ROI. So we move to identity security piece. So this is another solution portfolio we have today. So the identity security protection is different from the endpoint security protection, because the identity is about the identity of the individual who has the permission or privilege to access to the certain information. And of course, this identity must be managed under the Active Directory and all Azure AD or Entra ID environment. So if the customer has identity security idea to purchase an identity security solution, they either has to be an AD user or on-prem AD user or Entra ID user. So I have customer come to me, say, I have LDAP, I'm using LDAP, but can I use your solution? Sorry, we can't protect LDAP environment. It's so vulnerable. So that is a condition. But however, identity piece, usually identity attack is at the early attack queue chain. That means even before the endpoint attack being seen, the identity attack usually at the very early stage of the attack. That is a reason why a lot of customers need identity solution. I think Vice team has done a lot of POC this year, and they're good enough and experienced enough in supporting this product, because it's really something I can see the Vietnamese customers they are looking to have. And also, this is also happening in other regions, other countries. 2 weeks ago, I was in Taiwan. So I talked to their government unit and their equivalent of the money authority organization team. So we have a chance to sit down. So actually, they very clearly showed me that in the coming year 2025, they are the latest guideline, the industry guideline for the management, manufacturer, FSI, and semi-government organizations. They must have the practice of identity security. And the key 3 pillars for the identity security strategy that required by Taiwanese government is authorization, is authentication, authorization, and security. That means they need to have the solution can provide either 1 solution, 2 solution, 3 solution, doesn't matter. If you in your environment, when you address identity security to meeting the government standard, you must have these 3 pillars, and the identity security is a key. So that as a result, we suddenly have a lot of inquiries in Taiwanese market and need this identity solution. So that is a background. So the good things is if the customer today you have, they already have the endpoint or they're not ready to switch endpoint. So identity could be a good door opening conversation. So you can go to the customer and sell them identity, which is there's no dependency on the endpoint security license. So what does our identity security do? Is that we help the customer secure their Active Directory, and we upon that and to discover what's the vulnerability exposures and how they can remediate. And you heard about ITDR term. You can go to MITRE, all the TTP available there. Is that besides a system that can help them discover the vulnerability exposures of their AD, they also need something to provide active protection. What if before someone attacking the particular endpoint or server, is there any protection capability that we can given to the customer as a solution to address this real-time attack. So here, let's look at what are the main challenges. So identity security challenges is different from the endpoint security challenges, as you can see. And these are the main reasons why the identity challenge, security challenges has been there. It actually has been always there. A lot of customers asking me, say, hey, Coco, I heard a lot about identity security nowadays. Is that because this is a new trend? Attackers start to looking into the target identity. Actually, in fact, if you refer to the MITRE ITDR TTP techniques, it never been something new. It had always has been there. But the challenge is in terms of the security vendor, they are very limited identity security or ITDR solution can address such attack. So it's limited by the option of the security solution, but it doesn't mean this attack does not happen in the past. But the good news is we have SentinelOne has this solution, and it's quite in comparing to our key competitors in this space, we are our performance and our capability considered quite robust. And usually, what are the key issues result into such challenge, such poor identity security hygiene? We've seen a lot of customer, they had the AD team, they manage the provision, but they do not review, or they given the wrong privilege to the different person. So this is always happening, and the challenge is to keep track of it or be aware to update. And there's a lot of cases happen. The customer told me is that they have been using AD 20 years in their organization. And the team handling this AD, they have a huge and a very tedious AD structure because the IT team keep changing. When there's a new guy come in, and they just inherit what is from the past and do not do any changes. And the third guy coming, they also inherit in the whatever happened in the past. Even there's a mistake there, even there's a historical wrong configuration there, they will not change anything. They will not do anything. Why? Because they're afraid they did something wrong, and importantly, they do not understand, they do not have the visibility what is wrong. So here, let's look at our product portfolio under identity. So I understand having a conversation with the customer to understand, to sell, or to address the identity issues that need to start from some discussion. So usually customer very they are very sensitive about opening up the AD for anyone. So I usually ask a customer a few questions. I will start with, do you use AD? Okay, if yes, and do you know if your AD is secured? So most of the customer will tell me, say, maybe, probably we follow the best practice, but none of the customer can say, oh, my AD environment is 80% secured, 70% secure, or 30% secure. They cannot, because they do not have the visibility. So I usually will offer them, say something, do you concern about your AD security? And the 100% customer will tell you yes, but they do not want to create any stress on their AD environment, or cause the dysfunction or break the AD. They want to avoid. That's the reason why they cannot have any aggressive security solution measurements on their AD environment. So I say, in this case, I offer you a solution that gives you the zero impact to your AD environment and is non-intrusive. So all we need to know, all we need to do is we just need to reside in a Windows 10 machine, can be a virtual machine, joined to your AD environment, and we install a AD connector on this machine, which is coming solution under identity posture management, and to learn your AD environment, learn how your AD configuration, all this. And this environment, this information will be learned, studied, collected, and feedback to our management console. The management console has various engines that built for understand the exposures, attacks, and to give the recommendation on the security ratings and the exposures remediations. And we'll provide you this information, then you can harden your AD. So most of customers very open to this to this solution, and they want to understand their AD environment. So a lot of customers also share with me, say they actually using some third-party solution. They give them the vulnerability assessment tool, or they let them assess the AD. But the challenge is those assessment tools will give them, say you have 100 vulnerabilities based on what industry standard. But to the customer is that, yes, I have these vulnerabilities, and some vulnerability not even patchable. There's no patch available for that. What am I supposed to do? Because to a lot of customers is they want to have something that valuable is not only information. They actually can help them or have a solution, especially for those unpatchable vulnerabilities if exposure happened, and how to harden, how you can improve, how you can mitigate. So all these are the questions after the vulnerability scan. So to the customer, say, if they can't give me the answer on subsequently how I address this vulnerability, how I can protect my environment better, I don't think the solution valuable enough for me to invest. Where when we start to launch the identity posture management solution to the market, we start to enable our partner distributors since last year, and a lot of POC, POV over the year has been done. I can safely say today, the largest customer we have in the ASEAN North Asia region, the customer I cannot name, but the customer has invested 10,000 license for this identity posture management. And we continue to see there's customer purchase 8,000, 5,000. So customers see the value. So when we deploy this, and to the SI, it's very different from the endpoint security. For the posture management, we help the customer to scan the AD environment. The licensing model is we charge the customer by per active user. So let's say customer has 1,000 AD users, but only 800 active users. The other 200 may be disabled. So we'll charge the license based on the 800 users. But the configuration of identity posture management is just so straightforward. It does not matter you have 10,000, 20,000 users. It's just same configuration. So in terms of the ROI, the margins to the customer, to the partner, so it makes a lot of sense. Why? They reduce the manpower resource in setting up and monitoring these, and there's no second deployment need. If the customer deploy this POV environment in their production environment, because it's non-intrusive, so most likely when customer when paid for the license, so it will just stay as the environment just stays. There's no conversion. So, and it's unlike the endpoint security. After you deploy, you still have to address 3 months, 6 months support. Maybe some endpoint have some issues, you need to open the case. Where for identity posture management, just so straightforward. If you can manage the POC well, then almost there's no post deployment really needed. So I can see our partners is not only in this region, almost every partners they equipped with the identity capability. They are very aggressively selling because they only few in the market they have this capability. So this is something I would like you to consider. Identity for IDPs. So like I mentioned, posture management help you to discover, give you the recommendation how to do remediate, how you harden, right? But the customer has concern. Say IDP stands for identity providers, such as application server, such about Active Directory server. So the customer concerns is that if I come back the report, I see there are exposures that targeting my Active Directory server. I'm a bit concerned. What if this is something, someone already get onto the server and have some suspicious behavior? What I can do to stop this? So in that case, I'll recommend customer to purchase the identity for IDPs. So these IDPs will cover the capability to help the customer discover the vulnerability remediation And also it has an installer that can install on their Active Directory server to address those active real-time attacks that targeting on the server. So, and also the customer say, on the server end, I have IDP because server and endpoint behave very differently. But the customer, through the report, they also see the user group and the computer group has a lot of activity and incident happens that due to the user behavior. So the customer also need to address a protection or targeted identity targeted attack happening on the user computers. So in this case, we have identity detection and response that can be installed on the Windows-based operating system to address the protection that against identity attack, the credential attacks. The credential attack that including the credentials you kept in your Chrome browser, password management, and also identity attack, including the identity you use to log in to your computer or service accounts cached in your computer. So this will be the endpoint installer installed on the Windows machine. So the good news is we have recently launched the unified agent. The unified agent means if the customer, for example, now they're using endpoint security. So by next year, they have the budget. They want to purchase the identity detection and response module as well. So in past, you need to deploy another agent on the endpoint. But with the current unified agent available, so what you can do is you can avoid to deploy another agent. So you can just upgrade your current endpoint version to the latest version and turn on the identity detection and response license. So both ITDR capability and the EDR EPV capability resides on the same agent. So this is really significant. We have a lot of customers involved in the testing in the EA because they really need something like this. But however, if the customer not ready to buy the endpoint security, but they want the IDR security, we still can sell them, we still can install the agent. So come to the cloud piece. I can, I think cloud specifically, we're talking about the cloud environment, the infrastructure in the cloud space, and the applications you deploy that you use in the cloud space. So in order to address the protection that you have to look at holistically, so cloud has a very different environment versus the on-prem security solutions. So the essence of our cloud solution suites, we provide instant visibility for the customer in their cloud or even multi-cloud environment to understand the vulnerabilities, understand the potential risks that are happening and what they need to protect, what they need to address. And importantly, we have attackers mindset because we have the company born in the cloud. So we develop our solution with expertise to understand what will be the common way the attacker will targeting a specific cloud environment. That is a unique knowledge. And also we have AI powered technology to block the threats in the cloud environment. So first we have this cloud native security. So all more comprehensive knowingly as the agentless CNAP capabilities. So CNAP capabilities that covers various functionality. The one license already consists of all these modules. So as I travel to ASEAN country very frequently, I see a lot of customers, they're looking for CSPM. So they look out for Prisma Cloud, they look out for Cloud Guard, which is only give them the CSPM, which is a security posture management. But with our native security license, we already consist of the posture management modules. And besides, we also provide the agentless vulnerability scanning. So today we support 8 cloud environment that comes from AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, Ali Cloud, DigitalOcean Cloud, and Oracle Cloud. And we are continue to add on more in future. And we also support application clouds such like GitHub Clouds, etc. And also we provide infrastructure as code scanning in their cloud environment. And we also provide the Kubernetes security posture management. This is also including the on-prem, the Kubernetes environment. And the uniqueness here is the secret scanning and the offensive security scanning engine, which is a unique solution to us. So actually, just want to give some background about our cloud native security before I dive into the uniqueness about these engines. So if you look at, you Google 2024 Gartner CNET guide. So this year, beginning of this year, Gartner at the very first time, they actually came out with there's no magic quadrant, but just a liner of the recommendation on the CNAP solution in the market. So number 1 is Viz. Number 2 is PingSafe. So PingSafe is a company actually we acquired for this cloud native security. So it's originally from PingSafe. And why they acquired PingSafe? There's a background about this. Is that we before we acquired PingSafe to protect our own cloud environment, as in SentinelOne cloud environment, we use 2 solutions. We use Orca security, we use Viz security. So we sign a contract. So they provide the solution to protect SentinelOne cloud environment as our own IT team evaluate them and then deploy in our internal environment. So after we know PingSafe, we POC with PingSafe. After we POC with PingSafe, we terminate the contract we no longer subscribe Viz and Orca license. We use PingSafe to replace both of solutions to protect our internal cloud environment. We are all our solution, all our infrastructure on cloud for SentinelOne. So we use PingSafe to protect ourselves. After almost a year using PingSafe as a customer, our CEO decided to acquire PingSafe as part of SentinelOne. And now their key solution is their CNAP capabilities, and now is our cloud native security. So the PingSafe was founded in India. So this R&D, so these 2 young guys, actually they are very young, the founder. So they actually come from a background. They do a lot of bug bounties for those cloud customers. As in AWS and Azure, I will invite these quality bug bounties to participate in my evaluation of my platform, right? To attack, to understand, my vulnerability. And they rely on bug bounty for living. That's their only job they do. So you can see their skill level and understanding the security level of the cloud environment is very savvy, very at a very high with a very high expertise. So with that knowledge, they start this company PingSafe. They equip the company with all the necessary the solutions that need to protect cloud environment. They also invented or developed secret scanning. So secret in cloud term is actually referring those keys, credentials. So it's all generalized under secrets. So, but these secrets, to keep these secrets secure in the cloud environment is very challenging. I give you one example. If I'm a DevOps team, I generate a public repository. I develop some. I need to integrate with a third party. So how we authenticate each other? API key. So I have to share this particular API key with the intended third party. However, as a DevOps engineer, you do your usual you need to do. Do you know at which point this API key could be compromised or could be misused? So you have no visibility, you have no knowledge. So in this case, we have this very robust secret scanning engine. We can help the customer to search, to scan. It's not only in the private repository and also public repository to understand if this key being misused, being violated by any third party. So, and it will also direct you to the source of the problem. So you can instantly randomize your API key again and reevaluate instantly, and to ensure this key is secure right now. And this is one of our uniqueness. And also offensive security engine. So what does the offensive security engine provides to you? So we know probably from your CSPM scan result, there's a misconfiguration. And misconfiguration is the #1 reason of a cloud attack happening besides the vulnerability. So when there's an attack happening, comparing to the market equivalent solution, all of them will tell you, oh, there's an attack happened. The attack already happened, and this is a retrospect, what's a step, how it happened. But to the customer, they feel unsettled because there's an attack happened, and what I can do now, right? So the customer always have this question. What is our offensive security engine? We do not want to tell the customer there is an attack already happened, you need to take action. We will tell the customer there's exploitation happening, you need to take action. What is the difference? We always, if you heard about the cyber kill chain, you know the steps. So before the actual attack happen, the attacker will start to find the vulnerabilities and to penetrate. So this behavior called exploitation. So with this, with our offensive security engine, we are not only can discover you have so many vulnerability or have misconfiguration, we also can tell you which particular vulnerability or exposure being exploited by the attacker. That means attackers start to do something, start to try to penetrate, to exploit that particular vulnerability, to move on to move into your environment to launch actual attack. So with this, we always give the early information to the customer to take action to prevent the further attacks. So in that case, we tell the customer the likely attack happened and how you can fix this at a very early stage before the actual attack happened. And this is our trademark engine. It's the only SentinelOne in the market right now doing this, comparing to any other CNAPP solution in the market. So if you have if today you're interested in our CNAPP solution, you want to do a trial or test, please let me know. I will provision you the trial license. You can do a test. We talk about the build time, environment protection. We talk about runtime, because after you have all the cloud infra environment, you want to host container, you want to have Kubernetes, all you need is you want to run some runtime instance operating systems, operating environment in the cloud environment. So as long as you have such environment OS that running in the cloud environment and interacting with external network, you need to address the security protection. The ransomware can affect your Linux, the ransomware can affect your Windows machine. It also can affect your cloud instance. So in this case, we have the workload solution, our workload security today. We are we can protect EKS, ECS, Kubernetes, and we also launched serverless container Fargate. So all these instance or all these environments, we can address the protection. And just want to differentiate something from one of the use case. So we have we competing with CrowdStrike in one of the account, and this account they need a workload they need a workload environment. They have the workload protection requirements. So they actually have a few hundred workloads Kubernetes to address. So after that, they request the installer from us. We just give them one installer. So the IT team actually shared with me is that in the end, they only tested SentinelOne workload protection. They did not even test CrowdStrike. So I don't understand why they did not do the test. So they tell me, they give me some background. So their workload environment, actually their DevOps team was set up later. So over the years, that was managed by IT team or some individual. So they use various Linux-based system or host system. There's no consistency to host, to build this container or build or where the host the Kubernetes. The challenge is that SentinelOne does not care what is your base system host version. We just provide the installer. You can install in any of your Kubernetes environment, regardless what is your base system. But CrowdStrike has a dependency. CrowdStrike need to understand what is your base system, Linux, what's a version. So different version, they have a different installer. That also, because they are framework design, they have the kernel hook. So they need to understand what is the exact version, what is that kernel functions, then they can give you the relevant installer. But to the customer, this is very challenging, because when they said that we know when we spawn the pods or tasks through serverless container or through Kubernetes, you can, over the seconds, you can spawn 5, 50, 100, right? So you cannot you cannot manually to identify, to build a lot of these kind of like Helm chart deployment environment to cater for different version of the Linux. So to the customer, this is very tedious. So
Hi Coco, do you need some break?
Coco, do you need the rest a while because you talk a lot?
Yeah, yes, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay.
Sorry. So actually, I offer that we'll give like 5-minute break. During the break, our team can brief shortly about what you did, what you said in 1.5 hours just now.
Yeah, sure.
Okay?
Let's take a 5 minute. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please come back.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So I mean talking with our partner in by Vietnamese. Cảm ơn mọi người. Hôm nay buổi hôm nay thì hôm nay mình thấy là trong team đang có tận 38 người đang join, đến từ rất nhiều partner, bao gồm thì mình có thể short clip nhanh ở đây ra thì có Infonet này, có FPT này, CMC, HIPT, Smartnet, Ninh Thanh, Liên Phát, Ninh Thành, Liên Phát, ETC.
Nếu mà Đức mà đọc tên mà thiếu anh em nào thì chủ động giơ tay nhé.
ETC, mình chờ mình một chút. Evitech, Amigo, ITSE, HPT và Entity. Đó thì là đa phần các bạn đã join cái meeting này rồi. Thì cái buổi meeting ngày hôm nay thì nó hơi bị rớt một chút, bởi vì là cái design nó cũng mới được cuối giữa tuần trước, cho nên là mình cũng tổ chức khá là rớt, cho nên là có thể một số bạn join sau vừa mới join sẽ bypass mất cái phần đầu tiên là phần nói về security rồi EDR. Nếu mà các bạn có bất kỳ câu hỏi nào thì có thể là hỏi lại bên phía team Netpoleon bằng tiếng Việt và tiếng Anh. Tiếng Anh thì có thể trên group chat Zalo mình đã tạo vào ngày hôm qua, hoặc là trực tiếp ngay bây giờ. Cuối cái session trình bày của Coco thì dự kiến sẽ có một phần Q&A, thì mọi người có thể hỏi tiếng Anh nữa. Và theo kế hoạch thì cái phần Q&A cũng sẽ có một ít dog gift để liên quan đến phần đó. Thì hy vọng là mọi người keep cái meeting này nó đến cuối để mình get được những information liên quan đến SentinelOne, liên quan đến solution, liên quan đến AI, liên quan đến cloud identity, và có cái phần trả lời cuối. Đối với các cái bạn mà đang tham gia offline ở Hà Nội và Hồ Chí Minh thì với mình cũng có một cái mời ăn trưa, thì hy vọng là các bạn cũng sẽ có thời gian để làm cho mình. Nếu là các bạn có câu hỏi ngay bây giờ không thì có thể hỏi luôn ở đây được.
Ok, cảm ơn Đức. Anh là Văn ở bên Netpoleon, thì anh cũng xin tóm tắt lại một chút. Tức là cái phần trình bày của bạn Coco thì sẽ gồm hai phần. Phần thứ nhất là chia sẻ về cái sản phẩm trong cái product suite của SentinelOne, bao gồm cái phần end như mọi người follow ấy, thì có cái phần Endpoint, có phần Purple AI, có phần AI SIEM, có phần Identity, và bây giờ là cái phần cuối là Coco đang nói về cái phần Cloud. Đấy là chi tiết về các sản phẩm. Còn tiếp theo thì là cái phần thông tin so sánh đánh giá của những tổ chức, ví dụ như là Gartner chẳng hạn, là cái mà các khách hàng Việt Nam luôn luôn là quan tâm. Thì những cái thông tin đấy cũng cho khách hàng tự tin về cái sản phẩm này. Bởi vì SentinelOne cũng là một cái sản phẩm được đánh giá rất là cao, 5 năm liên tiếp thì đứng đầu luôn luôn trong những cái, kể cả Mitre Attack thì họ đánh giá chẳng hạn, thì cũng là luôn luôn là đi đầu. Thì các thông tin đấy thì bạn Coco sẽ trình bày. Chi tiết về sản phẩm thì cũng khá là nhiều thông tin và rất là sâu về mặt kỹ thuật. Thì có lẽ là mọi người cũng sẽ cần nhiều thời gian hơn để có thể là tìm hiểu. Thì các slide sẽ được bạn Coco gửi qua email sau buổi trình bày. Còn cái buổi này thì có được record lại và có một cái đường link mà sau đây thì Netpoleon cũng sẽ upload lên trên ví dụ như là Facebook, fanpage của Netpoleon, để mọi người có thể là vào để tìm kiếm lại cái thông tin mà bạn Coco trình bày ngày hôm nay. Ok, chưa hết 5 phút nhỉ? Thì trong lúc này thì mọi người có có câu hỏi nào có thể trao đổi với cả bên mình Netpoleon được không? Còn nếu mọi người thấy hỏi ở đây không tiện thì cũng có thể ghi vào chat hoặc là gửi qua qua nhóm Zalo chat của Đức đã tạo ra. Còn lại thì chắc là mọi người nghỉ ngơi thêm 3 phút nữa, thì là đến cái phần Coco sẽ tiếp tục trình bày nốt cái phần cloud và các cái thông tin third party đánh giá như Gartner hay Mitre.
Vâng, cảm ơn anh Văn.
Hi, I'm back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we could start right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
so I understand we only have about 15 minutes. So I still have some information to share. So I probably for some, I will give more information and focus and slide will be shared with the partners. No worry about that. You have any questions, we can do another session individually just to explain. So thank you for the break. So I think back to the slide, in terms of cloud security portfolio, today we also have the cloud data security. And today we can, because what is cloud data security? So we talk about the data storage. So it's very common today we see the customer moving their cloud, their historical file to Amazon S3, or they are putting in NetApp. Not so sure in Vietnam what is the situation, but I see in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Indonesia, and we actually have a quite substantial NetApp users. And actually, NetApp sales reach out to our team, actually asking to set up a collaborate labs, you know, in their environment. Why? Because NetApp actually they have a collaboration with also Symantec and the McAfee. So between those two solutions, Symantec is a better solution. However, since last year, Symantec has ended the life of supporting NetApp. So they have stopped the solution. There's no more collaboration with NetApp. So NetApp actually they are, you know, they provide storage, but they're not a security company. So that when they know we have our threat detection installer that can protect their solution, they actually actively looking to propose our solution to their customer. But you know, our company, we do not do direct deal. So we cannot work with them directly. So we have to work through our SI or our partners or our distributors. So if you have the you know, opportunity, you know, the storage that you're managing, you can consider to propose. So this solution will be different from the endpoint security. I think most of you have the NFR. You should already have the installer for threat detection service for Amazon S3 or NetApp. You should test out. So as you can see, the engine wise, it has more engine. It also has a dynamic sandboxing, because I understand all those files goes into the storage. They are static, but doesn't mean those files are all clean. It could be execution. So in that case, our threat detection service in this case will leverage all these. Is a cloud solution, okay? As in with all this engine that will evaluate the files inside the repository, and then provide the verdict. So if it's malicious, so we'll isolate them, and if it's a benign, so we'll keep it intact. So this is for the data security. So so Purple AI, I think most of you already know. Purple AI is definitely an accelerator to help us. Is AI tool. It basically does SOC assistance, and today. So we have many customers that already participate. We have developing Purple AI 2 years before we launch. But before we launch, 1 year before we launch, we already have 1,000 customers participate in a beta version using Purple AI, and this is the feedback. So actually, I have an intention to run the Threat Ops Challenge in Vietnam. I will discuss with Vine. When is the best time to do this? And actually, I have done these Threat Ops challenges, like like a CTF. So I have a 2 group of people. So I have the analysts. They have 0 background with SentinelOne solution, never even seen our platform, and participate in the game. And I have the experts that with SentinelOne solution without giving them a Purple AI. So as you can see, the top 1 first to 6 with the analysts without SentinelOne solution, but they with a Purple AI support, they actually ranks number 1 to number 6 in the Threat Ops Challenge. So this is really shows the Purple AI automation help them enhance their capability. And today, our Purple AI with the latest update, we already provide the SOC assistant, threat triage, investigation, anomaly detection, and also support and configuration assistance. And this is a very interesting. So the SOC, the support assistant, is that probably in past when there's a customer say my endpoint offline some problems. So how you're doing the investigation, you need to go to our support portal. You need to try to find a knowledge base, and probably there are 6 reasons why an agent offline. So, and then you have to read one by one, test one by one. But now with the Purple AI, you can simply just key in the question in the Purple AI, say why computer ABC agent offline. And Purple AI will do the first layer of the investigation, and it will help you to find the question and help you to do the first level of the investigation, and then look through the information, give you the most likely reason why this happened and how you can solve this problem. And I use this actually to train the new, I have a few new distributor SE on board in Malaysia. I only have so little time with them, and they actually using Purple AI to help themselves to do the troubleshooting, to provide the support to the customer. So I recommend you to try out. So as you know, this is a 2024 Gartner Magic Quadrant for endpoint protection platforms. So as you can see, again, in the 4th consecutive years, SentinelOne ranked the top 3 in the leader quadrant based on all these criteria. So Magic Quadrant, the difference is also recognized, is not only the endpoint, is also recognized on the cloud and our operation centers, which is our platform, our management, vulnerability management solutions, such as OS vulnerability, application vulnerability, cloud vulnerability, AD vulnerability, and endpoint and identity capabilities. So we strengthen our key strengths that coming from the evaluation on our strong market responsiveness and track record, product strategy, and our tech support and cross account MSSP partner and customers, and cloud security and the advisory services, and we provided to the market. So this is the 4th year, we are number 3. But do you know, in this entire Magic Quadrant, you can see SentinelOne is the youngest company, and probably among the rest are the smallest company. You know, among the other key players, years has been many years. So there's a very interesting conversation I had with one of the customer. He asking me, this is top 3, he should buy CrowdStrike, Microsoft, or SentinelOne, the stock. So I say, as a if me, I will invest in SentinelOne, because you check out the stock price, it still has a lot of margin to grow. The reason why CrowdStrike and Microsoft, they are already very expensive blue chips, I mean, this is different thing, is because they have been there years, and it is very hard to see they can suddenly search another from 300 or 200 become 400, 500. You won't see that. But SentinelOne still have a lot of potential. So if you keen your stock player, you look out for this SentinelOne, and the latest market analysis, they actually recommend to buy SentinelOne stocks right after this Gartner. So here, in terms of capabilities, I think this is the key slides you need to share with your customer when you position SentinelOne, right? So in terms of capability, so this is also a very good guidelines to the customer on what kind of protection solution they need to provide. So we always want to, with the customer at the very early stage of the solution evaluation, we want to influence their RFP, and customer actually need this information. Of course, we have our standard RFP, but the customer need to have this information to understand what is from the Gartner standard, what is the best EPP capabilities can provide to them. So this is why SentinelOne being better, or being the best in terms of the protection capability. And it's not only that, we have released the latest MITRE result, MITRE's Ingenuity for 2024. So SentinelOne has been ranked 100% detection accuracy, our protection capability, and 100% detection of all the techniques involved in across all the platform testing, and the real-time detection with 0 delays, and the 88% less noise. So what does it mean? So in the detection accuracy, as you can see, SentinelOne and Apollo has the highest detection. Okay, so that means this to evaluate the 100 malwares, 200 malwares, and how many malwares you can catch. So in terms of the this doesn't factor in other things, but it's just purely the catch rate, you can catch or not. So SentinelOne, Palo actually ranked above 100% techniques. And the alert fatigue is coming to your EDR, XDR capability, which is other than protection, is very important. As you can see, SentinelOne has 88% fewer alerts, where if you're looking at Palo, it has way more. So in this case, the lesser alerts you receive means what? The information you receive is more valuable rather than noise, because you, like Checkpoint, it give you a whole bunch of the alerts. So you need to manually go in to evaluate, to know, to understand. You have no focus on what is a priority. So SentinelOne only provide you the alerts, the essential information that you should pay attention. So that reduce a lot of human analyzed works that from the SOC team. So that is the key reason why a lot of MSSP partner running MDR or SOC services, they want to, or even the IR partners that provide IR services, they using our platform for their services. And this is some example on the quality and the clarity. So we give you a summary. What does it mean? We are not only just give you the indicators. Most of the report give you the indicators. You have to, based on your experience, to try to understand what exactly the indicators means to you. But for the alert, for the customer, for SOC analyst, is that you can take a look at a summary first. And the summary give you the insight and tell you what exactly the incident happened and how it happened, and the collaboration with third-party intelligence as well. So this is why we are better in terms of alerts. And if you need to know why SentinelOne, we are garner MITRE leaders, and also has a very good peer insight reviews. This is purely customer based that across our endpoint, MDR, and the cloud solutions. And also we have a lot of customers. The lot of big names that actually, especially after the incidents of the CrowdStrike blue screen, we actually have the customer change the strategy. Some of customer, they moved away, and this is happening globally, from CrowdStrike to SentinelOne. And some customer, they actually, under the government requirement, their management requirement, they change the strategy to choose at least 2 solutions for redundancy rather than go with a single vendor. So I'm not so sure how this impact in Vietnam market, but I feel is very important. The market is very easy being influenced by the players. This consists of vendor, consists with a partner. So you guys, with all this relationship, should take this knowledge and then influence your potential customer and make them your customer, and work with SentinelOne. So yeah, so up to this stage, this is my last slide, and it's a long session. So I've been talking to Vine. We should do this face-to-face or online. So the recommendation is online. So I really appreciate your full attendance and the patience. But I think this is just a very high-level update. I'm really looking into a trip early next year to go to Vietnam to meet all of you. But I want you to think about, after you receive this slide, I want you to think about what will be the key product that you want to focus for your 2025, and bring the discussion to Vine, to us, to me, to see how we want to enable your team to help you to penetrate with the solution, with this solution, and to your target customers, and then we can do better in 2025. Yeah, I think yeah, that's all I have. And the session has been recorded, and I hope the material and the recordings are straightly for yourself. Please do not share with. You can share with your team. Just do not share with external party, and do not share with your customer directly. The slides you can share with a customer as present to the customer as a template. Yeah. I think mine.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank Coco. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Actually, we still have few minutes for
question.
just like Q&A. And
Yeah.
I want to ask my attendee any question.
Yes, please.
Cái phần trình bày của Coco vừa rồi thì mọi người nếu có câu hỏi thì có thể hỏi ngay ở đây. Thế còn như lúc đấy thì mình cũng có nói, tức là slide sẽ được gửi cho mọi người qua email, và khi mà gửi qua email thì cũng xin phép là bọn mình sẽ gửi thêm, bên Netpoleon sẽ gửi thêm một cái phần câu hỏi, cái questionnaire đánh giá về cái buổi webinar để làm hai cái mục đích. Mục đích thứ nhất là để làm cho cái việc chuẩn bị cho cái webinar tương lai nó tốt hơn. Cái việc thứ hai nữa là cũng hỏi thêm một số những cái câu hỏi như vừa rồi cô có nói, chẳng hạn như là trong những sản phẩm này thì mình thấy rằng là trong các cái, bởi vì đây nó là một cái nhóm rất nhiều sản phẩm, thì trong cái nhóm này thì sản phẩm nào mà các cái mình là đại lý mà mình là SI phân phối cho khách hàng, thì cái sản phẩm nào phù hợp với cả khách hàng của mình, hoặc là sản phẩm nào mới mà mình muốn tìm hiểu để tìm ra cái cơ hội bán hàng trong năm tới, thì trong cái email thì Netpoleon sẽ xin phép là gửi thêm cái phần câu hỏi questionnaire đó. Mình cũng hy vọng là mọi người hỗ trợ là trả lời câu hỏi và gửi lại. Còn bây giờ thì có cái câu hỏi, mọi người có câu hỏi nào từ phía tất cả mọi người nghe lúc nãy không? Mọi người có thể bật mic và hỏi. Mình sẽ để 3 phút để xem mọi người có câu hỏi nào không.
Có câu hỏi.
Ok. Câu hỏi là gì?
Cho em hỏi cái phần SentinelOne á, em thấy có phần là ingest được toàn bộ tất cả những cái phần data. Thì ở đây là hiện tại mình đang tập trung vào cái phần là gọi là cái trụ cột về phần endpoint, máy chạm, máy server thôi, hay là mình giám sát luôn cả toàn bộ tất cả những cái hệ thống trong đó, bao gồm cả network device, security device, rồi file và email vân vân.
Ok. Thì trong cái phần trình bày thì cũng đã, bởi vì là mình cũng muốn trả lời cho nhanh thôi, nhưng mà bởi vì trong cái phần record sẽ đã có, tức là bạn Coco có trình bày là cái phần platform. SentinelOne thì mạnh nhất là cái gọi là unified platform, có nghĩa rằng là cái platform ấy thì có thể collect data từ tất cả những cái, có rất nhiều các nguồn, các cái source data khác, từ phía application log, từ server log, từ security device log, network log, chứ không chỉ là giới hạn bởi endpoint. Và nếu mà bạn còn nhớ thì trong cái phần mà bạn trình bày về cái AI SIEM ấy, thì đấy cũng là một cái phần extend của cái phần XDR platform. Thì cái đó thì còn không nhất thiết là khách hàng phải mua cái endpoint của SentinelOne, mà có cái phần platform ấy có thể collect thông tin từ bất cứ một cái nguồn log của third party nào. Mình nói là tất cả thì cũng không chính xác, nhưng mà rất nhiều. Ví dụ như là từ 200 nguồn log, con số của cái version 2.0 thì là 200 nguồn log khác nhau.
Dạ ok anh. Dạ, lấy được cái log của third party về là ok. Em tưởng là sẽ giống như concept của trước đây của bên Trempro Vision One, chỉ là lấy được những cái log của những cái product của Trempro.
Ok. Thì rất là cảm ơn Hoàng Anh đặt câu hỏi của TK Pro đã đặt câu hỏi. Thì có một phần quà bọn mình sẽ cũng xin phép là gửi sau event này tới trực tiếp Hoàng Anh ở bên TK Pro. Đức với Tuấn nốt lại cho anh nhé. Và các anh có câu trả lời thêm ạ? Câu hỏi thêm ạ? Có câu hỏi nào về identity không ạ? Bởi vì identity cũng là một cái phần khá là mới và đã được Coco trình bày. Identity thì trước đây thì mọi người nghĩ đến chuyện là tôi cần phải bảo vệ cái identity của người dùng, cần bảo vệ cái chỗ mà directory, tức là cái máy chủ để lưu trữ những identity đấy. Nhưng mà mọi người đi tìm kiếm những solution như vậy thì SentinelOne cũng là một cái hãng đi đầu về cái bảo vệ cái identity được và các cái AD server đó.
Mọi người cứ thoải mái đặt câu hỏi xem, vì chắc là cái lượng kiến thức hôm nay tương đối là nhiều. Cái phần nào các bạn có thể chưa hiểu thì có thể hỏi lại luôn cũng được.
Anh Văn, anh Đức cho em hỏi thêm một câu hỏi nữa.
Vâng,
em thấy
anh Nam nói kìa.
Nam
dạ em thấy có cái mình đang là cái chương trình MSSP giám sát á, thì cái này là hiện tại là team nào, thứ nhất là team giám sát của SentinelOne là ở đâu, hay là sẽ qua một cái đơn vị giống như Netpoleon ở Việt Nam giám sát. Thứ hai là khi mà có sự cố, khi mà giám sát á, thì em thấy có một số cái hãng nó sẽ có cái chương trình là khi mà cái hệ thống mà có vấn đề về ransomware từ cái thời điểm mà giám sát trở đi á, thì nó sẽ có cái gói bảo hiểm, thì không biết là cái SentinelOne thì có hay không. Cái thứ ba là về cái phần core của cái singularity á, thì hiện tại là đang đặt đang là có S đang đặt ở Singapore, ở trên region Singapore, hay là có S ở Việt Nam hay không, tại cũng liên quan tới vấn đề về phần latency và về phần connection.
Ok.
Đó là ba câu hỏi em về phần giám sát.
Rồi, mình cảm ơn. Cái câu hỏi mình sẽ chuyển đến bạn Coco, nhưng mà trước hết thì mình cũng có tách ra cái câu hỏi của bạn. Cái câu hỏi đầu tiên thì chia làm hai phần. Cái MSP thì gồm có hai phần. Phần thứ nhất là dịch vụ MSP của SentinelOne cung cấp cho khách hàng, thì đại lý có thể bán cho khách hàng. Một cái MSP thứ hai nữa là lúc đấy Coco có nói, tức là các cái đơn vị MSP ở trong nước, ở Việt Nam chẳng hạn, thì có thể dùng cái platform của SentinelOne để thuận tiện để cung cấp cái dịch vụ MSP cho khách hàng. Thì đấy là mình giải thích thêm. Thế còn bây giờ về câu hỏi thì mình sẽ chuyển cho bạn Coco trả lời. Hi Coco.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we have three. Okay, never mind. We have three questions. One question is who is the can you explain more about the MSP team of SentinelOne who can support directly to the customer? The second question, question is where the platform, SentinelOne platform reside, in Singapore, in Dubai, or in Japan? And the third question, cái phần hai của câu hỏi của Nam là gì nhỉ? Anh lại chợt quên mất.
Dạ, cái phần thêm gói bảo hiểm anh, khi mà
bảo hiểm,
okay.
And the third part is we understand that SentinelOne provides the insurance package for the customer when the system breach. Can you provide more information about that?
Okay. That's a lot of questions. Just one moment. I try to answer one by one. Okay. Just give me a moment. The things is now is already 12:07. I can stay on, no problem. In fact, Prakash, I just realized Prakash was not is our channel director, was not invited, so he will jump into this call and help with some questions as well. Okay. So I can continue to stay on to answer the question. I answer one by one. So first question is the MSSP model in SentinelOne, right? So we actually has a MSSP program. So MSSP program, that means we'll give you a special pricing. But we also have the MSSP engineer that is supporting the MSSP partner. But our condition of signing up an MSSP partner is that we have an expectation. The partner will receive the training from us, but the partner will deliver level 1, level 2 support directly to the customer, purchase SentinelOne solution from them. And the MSSP, so on the, sorry, okay.
I think the question is more for like managed service from SentinelOne.
Our managed services, as we do not, we have a managed service called MDR, the managed detection and response services. It's different from the support, right? So the customer has many incidents, but they only have 2 people in their team, so they cannot manage these incidents by themselves. So in this case, a lot of customers, especially that new to our solution, they prefer a vendor lead MDR services around the cloud MDR services to address all the incidents happening in their environment. So in that case, we have our in-house team that providing the MDR services. That means they will monitor your dashboard, your portal, and any incident coming, they will provide the investigation, troubleshooting, and the mitigation, and annotate each of the incidents. So this is how our MDR works. So we also have the partners. They are providing the MDR services, but they are new to our solution. So what they do is they resell our MDR services besides their MDR services as a package. So what they provide is they provide the point, the contact, and the language support, where our MDR team provide the incident management. But at the moment, the MDR services is around the cloud, but it's only English available. So just a pause. I want to introduce Prakash. Prakash, hey Prakash. So Prakash
Hey,
is
guys.
our, is actually,
Hi, Prakash.
yeah,
Hey,
I'm
Van.
sorry.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry, Prakash, I didn't realize we did not invite you to this session. We just run actually 2 hours still as partners. So yeah, so I want to introduce Prakash. Actually is our channel director for our ASEAN countries and North Asia. So Prakash, you want to have a few words with the team? We have our focus partners and our Netpoleon distributor here.
Okay, sure. Thanks, Coco. And hi, everyone. Nice to virtually meet you. And I'm sure you went through a detailed session with Coco in terms of where our priority and focus are. And looking forward to building a strong go-to-market around our channel ecosystem. So from a priority standpoint, in ASEAN, where we're looking to kind of really focus and double down is our EDR, XDR positioning. Second one will be around identity, right? And the third one, of course, will be cloud or CNAP. But if you have an opportunity outside of that, related to our, I'm sure Coco went through with you in terms of AI SIM, happy to take that conversation and see how we can help you to go after those install base of Splunk in those partner space. So if you're a partner and focusing around these 3 or 4 pillars, really keen to see how we can work closely with you and build a joint go-to-market. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Prakash.
Nice.
And I think it's good that the partner can like e-meeting with Prakash because he is like taking care for the channel for the whole region, and also in charge of enable like how power our the partner to become like more success with SentinelOne. And after this session, I will link up Prakash with all the partner. Thank you,
Yeah.
Prakash.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakash. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. So
Okay,
just,
Coco, can you come back to the 2 questions?
yeah.
Second one is the insurance, and the third one is
There's a
where
data
the
center.
platform resides.
Okay. So okay. So now I just want to before I move into those 2 questions, I want to add on one more point about MDR. If some of you already know our traditional vigilance MDR, we also launched, besides the vigilance MDR, we also launched the Singularity MXDR. If you already know, sorry, I did not prepare any the threat service information. We can have another session, but I need to let you know that MXDR is different from vigilance. Is that we on vigilance focusing on the EDR only, but MXDR also cover the integrator solution, a selection of the integrator solutions such as Zscaler, Okta. So we will have we extended the scope of MDR to MXDR to cover certain integrator solution as well, just in case you have customer interested. So you need to know that we have both offering at the moment. So back to the next 2 questions about the platform, or to be precise, the data center. So we actually follow in this region, we follow the AWS redundancy. So we have the availability, the platform availability anytime. But the key data center in APJ region, that's in Singapore, India, and Australia at the moment. So we no longer have the data center in Japan anymore. So for the ASEAN country customers and North Asia customers, they are mainly on the data center resides in Singapore. So all their main data and the support and they will route to the Singapore data center. So of course, globally, we also have in many in Europe and US. If you're keen to know, you can find out from our support portals on our data center location. So this is not secret, it's all available. But if you're concerned about where the data center, then it's here. So if you have a question about whether we're going to have a data center in Vietnam, so at the moment, there's no plan for that. You just need to understand. Okay, so for the cyber insurance, if you do not know yet, I suggest you take a look at the master agreement SentinelOne. You can just Google it. It's on our public website. So there's a few things two key things that I need the team to understand. The cyber insurance about the ransomware attack protection specifically is only it comes with a condition. So it's only applicable to the MSSP platform. Okay, so that means that has to be MSSP customer or MSSP partners. And is also under the license that is a complete license, the full functionality has been turned on. And on the ratio, on the how exactly redemption is all available on our public website. You just search cyber insurance SentinelOne or master agreement SentinelOne. So I can provide you one page. I had to find as a part of the complimentary information when I share the slides with Vine, then you can take a look. But I want to highlight something. If you mean cyber insurance for something else, we do have a more comprehensive cyber insurance plan and coverage in the coming year. But I probably need to invite our IR team, which is Joel Chung, the program manager, to share more. So if you have any specific question that you want to collaborate or in Vietnam market, we can do this. So in the meantime, I'll just provide you some information on the standard cyber insurance against the ransomware.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, cô.
No problem. No problem.
Cái câu trả lời đấy chắc là cũng đã đầy đủ rồi đúng không nhỉ, Nam nhỉ?
Ok anh, em
ok. Thực ra thì là bạn nói rằng là tất cả đều có, nhưng mà các cái thông tin thì ví dụ như insurance thì bọn anh sẽ gửi thêm những cái chi tiết, bởi vì bây giờ mà trình bày ở đây thì rất dài. Về cái phần là đặt ở đâu thì là rất là rõ ràng rồi. Thế còn MSSP thì lúc đấy thì mình cũng có như anh trình bày ban đầu, chia làm hai nửa, một nửa là partner làm cái dịch vụ MSSP và có một nửa nữa là SentinelOne cũng có cung cấp cái dịch vụ MSP đấy. Các thông tin thì nếu quan tâm hơn thì mọi người có thể tiếp tục liên hệ với anh hoặc là bạn Coco.
Anh Văn ơi, em có nốt là có một bạn cũng rất là Văn ở bên Vietech đang hỏi là phần sản phẩm cho cloud thì cách thức tính license như thế nào, thì cái này là PM trả lời.
Ok, để Coco trả lời luôn. The question is for how to licensing for the cloud security. Coco.
Okay, so the cloud security just now is shared three solutions, right? For the cloud native security, the agentless based. So we have a formula. So basically, we need to understand. So we have a formula that in the Excel format. So we need to understand how many containers you have, and we do not care about your consumption on the memory or network bandwidth. We do not take into consideration of this, but we have a key 4 questions that are around your container, your Kubernetes, and your instance. So there's a one thing with a lot of sizing issues or sizing challenge by selling the cloud native security. Customers do not know, or the security team do not know what exactly the consumptions of their container utilization. So when they in our platform, native security platform, we also have an inventory capability. That means when we integrate with a particular customer cloud platform, so we also scan through their cloud instance and list out all the inventories they have. So when the customer, before they POC with our solution, they may not have a good idea about the specific numbers of the sizing question. But after they look through the inventory, they instantly get to know, okay, actually that's their consumption. They really like the feature. So not to worry about that. There's if you have our community page access to our support portal, you search cloud native security sizing. You can download the calculator. There's a script, and there's also a calculator automatically help you to calculate how many license for the customer environment they need.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank cô.
No problem at all. Yeah.
Anh trả lời Văn nhanh một chút, tức là về cái phần cách tính ý, thì nó sẽ tính theo cái số lượng thực tế, cái inventory. Thế để mà xác định ra số lượng thực tế là bao nhiêu thì chỉ có mỗi một cách là mình thử thôi. Và mình có một cái POC. Thực ra là mình có thể có một cái questionnaire nó như là một cái bảng Excel để có thể tính. Thì cái thông tin đấy thì cũng nằm ở trên cái nó gọi là community của SentinelOne. Cái này thì anh cũng chia sẻ nhanh một chút là community SentinelOne nó là một cái nơi mà chia sẻ thông tin và tìm kiếm thông tin cực kỳ hiệu quả và dễ dàng, và bất cứ partner nào cũng có thể đăng ký account ở trên cái community đấy. Thế thì sau cái buổi này anh cũng sẽ gửi kèm với cái email, cũng sẽ gửi kèm cái hướng dẫn là làm thế nào để đăng ký account trên cái community để nhận được cái thông tin này. Anh hy vọng là Văn bên FPTech là đồng ý với phần câu trả lời đó. Thế còn nếu họ cần hỏi thêm thì cũng có thể là chat tiếp hoặc là gửi qua email. Ok, anh nghĩ rằng là cũng khá là dài. Section này cũng khá là dài, và anh rất cảm ơn mọi người là join của cái buổi ngày hôm nay từ đầu đến giờ và có những câu hỏi rất là phù hợp, về câu hỏi để rất là giá trị để SentinelOne có thể hiểu được là partner quan tâm đến cái vấn đề gì và tìm cách là tiếp tục làm việc với partner trong năm 2025. Đức có thể wrap up lại cái này được không? Chắc là còn lại thì mọi người sẽ hỏi trao đổi qua email hoặc là group chat.
Đến thời điểm hiện tại thì là bên phía Netpoleon đã tạo ra một cái group chat Zalo có invite các anh chị. Nếu các anh chị là chưa có trong group đó thì có thể là liên lạc với Đức qua cái số điện thoại di động hoặc là cái Zalo của Đức để Đức add lại vào trong group. Nếu anh chị có thêm câu hỏi thì có thể mình đưa thẳng lên trên đó, thì ở trong group đấy thì team Netpoleon đang có mặt đầy đủ để trả lời các anh chị. Về cái buổi hôm nay thì rất cảm ơn các anh chị đến từ các partner, gần hơn 20 partner được gửi thư mời và gần như là tất cả đã tham dự, và hy vọng là chúng ta cũng sẽ có một cái cơ hội mới đối với cái sản phẩm. Về phần trình bày thì sau khi mà bên phía SentinelOne cô sẽ gửi lại cho bên phía Netpoleon, thì Netpoleon sẽ gửi lại cho các anh chị sau buổi này. Và cái phần ghi âm thì mình đã ghi âm rồi, và nếu mà nó có thì nó sẽ được update lên trên trang web của Netpoleon. Rất cảm ơn các anh chị đã tham dự và hy vọng là mình sẽ gặp lại trong các cái buổi update sản phẩm mới trong thời gian tới. Cảm ơn các anh chị. Cảm ơn anh chị. Cảm ơn.
Rồi, cảm ơn tất cả mọi người. Thank you everyone. Thank Coco and thank
you. Thank you everyone. Yeah. So let's see if next time when we are going to Vietnam, I expect to see all of you face to face. So please remember, review the deck and the recording and decide what solution you would like to roll out next year, so we can help you. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Thanks all.
Bye. Bye.